I do? What's going on? Where's my face cam? Can anybody hear me? I can't see my face cam at the moment. Why, oh why? Is my camera all of a sudden not working? I love this. Let's see. Let's get this figured out, guys. Let's get this figured out. Whoops. Oh man, now I did it. Now I did it, guys. I'm cooked. I mean, I have two monitors too. So I should also have more emotes than this, and I had to re-upload them. Alright, let me see. Okay, cameras are not on. I love. But also, you know what? I might restart stream. Let's see if I can figure this out. Okay. Ah. I think I figured it out, guys. Hi. Sorry for that delay. That was weird. Thank you. Yeah. It's just one of those like everything's gonna go wrong before stream kind of moments, but that's okay. Let me see my emotes too, because I uploaded more than this. Yeah, wacky. It's still like I had to rush and do a couple all over again and upload them, and they're like pending approval. Like, what the fuck? Let me check real quick since we're just chilling right now. What is it at? Is it viewer rewards emotes? Yeah, these are still pending approval. Can you not pend approval? I've been trying so hard to just get these. Hello guys. And welcome. Oh, those are my other tier. Okay, I might have screwed up a little bit. So I should have the Lunar in there. I do. So why do I have some of my standard emotes in here and two of my... I don't get it. Yeah, I'm not sure. Where's my... I have facepalm in there. And is in there. I have done twice in there. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how it is for you guys. I should have 5 standard emotes and then 3 tier 1 emotes. Is that how it be for you guys? I don't even know. But for me, I have like a mix in both, so what the hell? I don't know. I don't know. Oh well, I'll figure that out. At least I got something up. So right now, I'm just getting my... Yeah, I got the... Actually, do you have thumbs up and I don't? Let's see. Yeah, so for me, I only have Lunar Stern, Lunar Hehehe, Lunar Angry, Lunar Pensive, and then the Lunar Hype. That's all that's showing up for me. I don't know why. You'd think I'd get access to my full array of emotes, but I don't know. Yeah, hopefully, do they look okay? They're very tiny, but I think they're better than my first go at emotes, certainly. I could even go back and like enlarge them and kind of which is something I might have to do if they're too unreadable. Get this sponge. Sorry, I'm just wetting my sponge for painting. Alright, I got a crispy, clean, new parchment paper I'm placing down. No bubbles, no bubbles, no bubbles. How is everybody? How is everybody Easter? How is everybody feeling? Oh my god, I think I screwed up this parchment paper. It's like all over the place. I'm glad I'm doing this now. I give myself 2 hours before stream and here I am still like on the wire like, oh. But I don't mind this. Actually, like, my intermission is actually a great time to do buffer, chat with you guys while I do it, or get ready for the painting. I was up until like 4:30 in the morning, still doing emotes, trying to get those done for the channel. Uneventful, that's actually not all that bad. There are emotes. And I can't tell if there's the full array of them or not. There should be like 3 that are for like the tier 1 subscribers and you can unlock them with bits. Not bits, channel points. But I think I left 5 in there for you guys that can always use for the channel. You know, figure give everyone a little chance to do a little lunar emoting. I also did a secondary... Oh my god, I am full of Fizzgig hair. What the heck? Fizzgig has completely engulfed my body. Do I have any tape? I don't have any tape. Oh well. Fizzgig is a menace when it comes to the fur. Aren't you, Fizz? Fizz is Lord. My Easter was okay, you know. It was alright. I had dinner. Sister behaved, you know, though gave me a laundry list of things she'd like me to do and fix, and would not stop the griping and the drama and the pity me party, and it was just like, Jesus Christ. I never known anyone to just be so downtrodden on themselves and set their whole lives up for that. But yeah, I do digress. So okay, so you got those ones. I don't even have access to all my emotes, do I? Like, where? I'm so frustrated I can't use all of my own emotes. It's very weird. I have like a mix. I have like 3. No, actually, I have 2 of the standard emotes, and then I have all three of my hype emotes or tier 1 emotes. So I don't know what's going on. It's kind of weird, kind of disturbed, kind of whatever. I don't know. Maybe like I have to restart my overlay thing, but who knows? Actually, let me see on my my client side. Okay, those are all good. So go to my channel. Blah, blah, blah. Let's go to here. Do I? Okay, I have them all on the Twitch side. So it's probably because I didn't update my overlay thing. So I do. So I have access to every single one of them here. Haha. Ah. I'd love to see these gigantified, but you need bits for that, I think. Oh, but you can click on your emotes and it gives just like a slightly bigger. That's cool. I like that. I like that. So yeah, that's cool. Let's get some my music. Cool. You guys ready to paint some orcs with me? I'm very excited to paint some orcs. I say this every time, but I think I'm gonna finish a few of them. I do have to do some touch-ups from my last go. There's also a couple of mistakes I did. A couple of parts on the black clothing, I continued with that cool gray. I'm gonna have to go back and paint matte black on all that because I remembered I wanted a warm gray for the clothes and a cool gray for all the leather. I know some of you guys are like, what the fuck does that matter? But let me show you. So, I think Castle Gray is a perfect example, and a uniform gray is a perfect example of like. All right. So here's a big difference between like warm and cool grays. And so this is what you get like more with a cool gray. It's very hard because it's mirrored for me. This uniform gray is what you consider a cool gray when you have more of like a bluish tone into it, and this would be more of a warmer gray where it has like a brownish tone. It goes more on the reds, yellows, and like oranges sides, and the cool grays will always go more on like blue, like even at neutral tones like whites or something, but usually blues or greens are usually more of a cool gray, if you didn't know. But so the whole reason I wanted to do that is because like leather being shiny looks better when you have it like kind of a hold on, when you have it at a cool gray. And the warm gray for black clothing shows like a little bit of like a softness for some reason. It like just translates that way. And that's kind of what a little bit of a task. So we have to take a small step back and then we're going to continue forward. But all right. Well, sorry for that technical difficulty with my camera. Let's see. Someone was telling me my LED washes my face out a little bit, so I might. Do you guys think that's true? Like my LEDs are a little too bright. I actually can't. Whoa. Why? I'm like trying to cover up the light, seeing like how that reacts, because I don't want to wash my face out. That kind of does what, but I need that light pretty badly. But I don't know. I'm still testing things out. Let's get into craft stream. I might have to fiddle with the cameras a little bit still, but let's try to see what crafting stream looks like. Double my face, excellent. How about that? Oh, this isn't good. This is not good. All right, face cam. Cool. I love it when this stuff goes smooth. That was smooth to me. No, see, and actually, I don't like. Yeah, I turned that down, and now this area was like too dark. So, so cool thing I did is I washed all my brushes again, and I put them through conditioner, like my buddy was telling me. So hopefully for at least today, some of my brushes will cooperate a little bit more. I don't know. My friend Jace, who's figuratively artistic on this, um, I guess he bought me a bunch of the Games Workshop sable brushes. He swears by them, and every time I argue with him on like, oh, I think this is crap, or I don't want to bother, and he ends up being right, usually all the time. So I'm not gonna even like fight him on this because I don't really want Games Workshop tools. Games Workshop tools are renowned to be way over expensive and like half the durability of sometimes of even the cheap tools. So it's like I'm a little wary, but I'm gonna trust him on this one. I'm gonna trust him. Hello Zeke. We just started. I was having a little tech difficulty. We were playing with emotes and because we got I got my set of emotes up. Very happy day. So let's pull out some of the let's pull out some of the boys. I'm excited. I'm excited. I really want to see these guys finished soon. My goal, as my goal was for the last 2 weeks, is to finish these at least these 6 main dudes. And in the next like week or two, I think I'm gonna finish up my other 3, which is the boss, the knob, and like maybe the Burna Boy. The Burna Boy isn't like exactly a needed uh a needed one right now, but I would like to finish it. I really would like to finish this one. It's important to me. I don't even think I have this one. Yeah, this one isn't even I didn't even put the satin varnish, so he's not shiny, which I don't want the shiny, but for now. I got lazy today. I didn't get my uptime. I just went downstairs and got Red Bull, so not super proud of that, but gotta do what I gotta do. Alright, so we're gonna try. So I will say, again, trying the brushes I got, like even after I used conditioner on them, I'm still seeing a weird inconsistency with them, which tells me they're made with very cheap synthetics. Um, my sable hair brushes, I'm still not get. I don't have a lot of bounce on these. They just act really bad. I'm pretty sure these are either the company counterfeits them or I got counterfeit versions of the company. But I got them from the company, so. But we'll try them. They'll get a small chance to redeem themselves, and I'll just, I still got my really good big one, so I'm not worried about that. So let's just get started. Yeah, Easter was interesting. Wasn't terror bad as I was expecting, but my sister just could not like be positive or happy or speak of anything positive ever. It's always me pity party, and it's just like, who wants to be around that? Do you guys have family members like that? I mean, she's a lot worse than just that, but that was her at her best behavior, which I have to laugh at. Let's see. There's a couple of these guys I do have to go back and really fix. So let's see. I have to go back and fill this in a little bit. All right. That wasn't too bad. Now there's one of these guys I start doing. Here, this one. I think this was the only guy who started doing the wrong color coding on his pants. So let's just go over that real quick. It's actually not that big of a deal. Is that Fizzgig eating his food or scratching at the door? I don't know. Yeah, and I'm gonna continue. I have a lot more slots open for, like, you know, channel points and stuff. So I'm gonna be making a couple more emotes throughout the week, and like, I want to do a lunar hot take emote. I think that would be fun, considering how many hot takes I make for this. But yeah, we'll do some Fizzgig bits points kind of stuff, because we know how much you guys love seeing Fizzgig on stream. If I was confident that I could coax him on camera right now, I would actually drag him on camera, but I do not have confidence. He's not listening well today. He's always a good boy. I'm not saying he's not. Oh, hey, Burn Unit. I haven't seen you in stream for a bit. It's good to have you back, buddy. Oh, and for 2 months. Wow. Thanks, man. That's awesome. We're doing what we usually do. We're painting orcs. The orcs are getting mighty close to being done, though. If we're lucky, they'll even be done today. That's why I named the stream, "Will we finish any of them?" Or some of them. I forget already. I forget what I named it. Oh, that's all good. Yeah, I a lot of people come to me at a stream, they're like, "Dude, I would totally be in your stream, like, I hope you know that, but, like, it's just working." I'm like, "Oh, I'm very aware that I'm the one who streams at, like, work times, because, like I said, this is my work, and it's just like, yeah, and I don't want you guys sacrificing your work just for my channel." Like I said, even if you, like, reach out and you're like, "Man, you're doing a good job, keep it up," does a world of confidence boosting and support that I do not ignore. Oh, wait, did you just give me bits? What is that? What is that? I think that's bits. Thanks for the bits, buddy. Let's see. Just going. My prime sub. That sounds oh so wrong, yet oh so right. I'm, like, trying to go back. Okay, I screwed up on this dude's highlights on his boots. So we'll just give it another pass over here with better paints. Okay, I think that was the last of the screw-ups on the highlighting. I do believe that was the last. Oh, that's the one thing I forgot, is to fill my paint water cups. Oh well, I will survive. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I don't mind if you guys put me on the background. I take no offense. Like, really, that wasn't me, like, being sarcastic. Like, that's me being genuine. I know it's the tism. Sometimes I'm, like, trying to be serious, and people are like, And I'm like, no, that was genuine. I'm sorry. I just come off as a monotone robot sometimes because part of the it's kind of part of the shtick. I'd like to think I'm a little bit better being expressive than most who are how do I say it? Afflicted with the tism. I know I am, but I like to think I'm doing okay. Oh man, I'm not doing okay. So let's try to. I don't want this one. Why did I go for a number 2? Let's go for this number 1. And remember, I'm only gonna give these guys a small chance. If they start fucking up, I'm gonna just be like, nope, back to my dental brush, the big fatty brush that has a surprisingly super sharp tip. It's wild. All right. So you still want to thin the paints, but you don't. I find with edge highlighting, instead of doing like a 1-to-1 thinning ratio, you almost want like a 75 paint to 25%. Otherwise, you just don't get like a good flow. Actually, these are doing a lot better since I put. At least right now they are. Ever since I conditioned them with conditioner. It's almost like that band We Butter Bread with Butter. It's a funny German, like, satire metal band. They have a funny music video on 20 kilometers an hour song about them just being on a scooter. And the song goes hard. That's the thing, is all their songs are satire, but they go hard. It's kind of hysterical. They're kind of like a metal electronica band, similar to like Electric Callboy or something. Um, oh, that was not the best. You know, I'm almost like to this point where like I want to do good edge highlighting, but I'm not gonna lose my sanity over it. Like if I get semi decent edge highlighting, I find that also, you know, is acceptable. It's better than no edge highlighting. Edge highlighting is where you guys are gonna see like I'm not that great of a painter. I'm okay, but I'm definitely an amateur edge highlighter. So I think we're gonna just attack all the armor and leather bits, and then we'll go to the softer. Oh, hello. Thank you for the follow. And then we're gonna go at all the warm. How many of these have I painted total? Are you asking complete, or are you asking work in progress? Are you asking just for the orcs, or are you asking out of total of miniatures? That is a broad question, and I will answer them to the best of my knowledge. This is a good ponder. Lunar emote. Total miniatures. Well, not as many as you'd think. Probably I have none completely painted. I know I've got I've got maybe... Actually, that's not true. I do have a couple of my Trench Crusade miniatures complete. I have about 10 Heretic Troopers, the Death Commando, and the Exalted? Exalted? Is that what they're called? The, like... I don't know. So that's like 12 over there. I've got 6 Goliath Necromunda dudes in works of progress. I have 3 Escher. I've got about 8, this is not a test, models, a couple of Gaunts from my thing, from my Tyranids. I've painted up a couple of monsters. I've got half an Eldar army, half painted. These orcs are probably the closest things to what I have to complete, and there's 9 of these orcs that I've painted in this session total. It's not an overly great amount. I've painted a lot of chaos in the past, like some of the old stuff from 3rd edition, but that's going way back. That's going like hardcore back. I'm not good about in fact, that's kind of like why I started this channel, was kind of like, hey, let me teach how to paint, but also let me get some of my stuff finished. And I just did a horrible highlight. I will clean that up later. But yeah, I don't have a great reputation for painted miniatures, but I know how to paint, and I've painted a lot of crafts. I've probably painted more like almost like cosplay items than I have miniatures, but I've been working on miniatures for 26 years, and I just never really had a good set of paints. I've never had a good set of brushes. Still kind of don't have the best set of brushes. That's what I'm trying to change. Especially with these, what I'm calling counterfeit Kolinsky brushes that we just recently found, that I'm pretty 100% sure these are just fake, because they are not good. But I have, my buddy has ordered me some more good Kolinsky brushes. Yeah, this is for, technically this is for Warhammer. I don't play the typical Warhammer game. I do third-party like games. So what these orcs are for right now is a game called This Is Not a Test. It's a miniature agnostic game that's a post-apocalyptic game. So we are just doing a like Warhammer 40k theme for it. And these are my orc raiders. So I'm playing a raider gang. And I figured who better than the orcs in 40k. I definitely... Oh, wait, I have the... I keep forgetting about my gnolls. My gnolls that I painted up for Frostgrave, and then I have my 3D printed gnolls that I did up for Ragnarok, and I can't believe I forgot those, because those are the best painted miniatures I've ever done in my life. But I have the memory of a goldfish, even when it comes to my own achievements and what I do. And I am gonna switch over to the other brush, because I'm finding that these, even though I worked on these brushes, yeah, polishing a turd is still a turd. So here we go with this brush. This is what's gonna be hard, is like getting in between a lot of the hard to reach places with this brush, but I'm gonna get the best results, because this guy is like super sharp tip. I'm not sure if you were on stream when I showed off my gnolls. I can do a little bit of a show and tell if you would like to see those guys. Because, if I were to be like, if people were like, dude, do you even paint? I'd be like, let me whip out my gnolls, man. Alright. Let's. I got them right here for show and tell, I think. Oh, and I got some Vikings too. I guess I do paint a lot more than I let on. Let me just. I don't want this gray to dry. So here's my gnolls. I 3D printed myself and I painted. I got quite a few more to do of these. And I'm trying to do this for this was done for a game called Ragnarok, heavy metal. Wait, it's called Ragnarok Heavy Metal Combat in the Viking Age. Is the total word. So I'm painting up a lot of miniatures from Artisan Guild. It's a 3D printing creator on. You can find them on like My Mini Factory, which is I think their main source of uploading their content. They kind of have the best gnolls, I think, on the market. I'm very, very particular on my gnolls. I have a bunch from Frostgrave, and Frostgrave plays very tiny miniatures. I like my gnolls big, and I got like 7. How many more do I got? Yeah, I got about 7 more gnolls to do. These take me the longest. I think these 3 took me like 24, 25 hours in total. So that'll be an upcoming project I'm gonna do relatively soon. My next, after the orcs, I want to do some terrain, because I can start and finish terrain, I believe, in like 1 or 2 sessions. Well, Ragnarok is in Norse mythology. It's the end of the world. Ragnarok, the tabletop RPG game, or the tabletop war game, is a whole separate thing. But Ragnarok is just the term for the Norse, like, kind of end of the world, or Twilight of the Gods, where the like final war of Asgard and Midgard and all the 9 realms and stuff take place. And yeah. Ragnarok is basically like saying Armageddon in Norse terminology. Yeah, one of my buddies, Gunstar, who comes into here, he bought me the first God of War. Well, it's not the first God of War. It's it's God of War to the Norse timeline God of War stuff. I have not played it yet. The only God of War I really played was the actual first God of War way back when, on like the PS2. Oh, I don't want to start off with this guy. Let's move on and continue. But yeah, this is a big deal for this warband. Me doing this like start to finish and like having a full-fledged, starting thing. I really want. Oh, I did not finish cleaning this guy up, actually. I'm gonna have to go back. Yeah, so this whole process and this whole doing this for stream has been like super special to me. Um, it's just like good to be like sticking to projects, finalizing them, you guys watching and learning stuff about my art. I appreciate you guys being here for it. I really dig doing this stuff. I love my 7 days playthrough. That was fun. Oh, that's so nice. Yeah, your dad's awesome. He's I mean the entire time that I've lived here, um, he's always like taken interest of like, what are you doing? Or if he catches me upstairs like spray painting something or doing one of my weird kooky things, he's always interested to be like, what the hell are you up to now? Because it's usually some weird funny explanation, and it's been like that for. I mean, when I first moved up here, the first thing I made was the uh, the it's right here, the Ghostbuster Proton Pack. If you guys have not seen it, here I'll do a little more show and tell, but I need to turn autofocus back on. So my oh, will it? Actually, I might have to pop this off. I made this screen accurate, life size, and it's actually still in the work. Proton pack, and it was the first thing I made. Like moving into where I'm at right now, 11, no, 10 years ago. Yeah, because me and Haley are gonna be together for like 12 years. I think coming up, it's gonna be 12 years. Boom. And hey, Pimp Wizzy, I'm glad you're here. Did you guys start your new semesters? Are you on the new schedule? Okay. So not that schedule that you were telling me about. I'm gonna hit all the tops of these vents. I'm not gonna hit the bottom, but I will hit the top of them. Okay. I think also his bracers need. I'm not sure if they're metal or if they're leather. I think they're leather, but they still will require the cool gray regardless. Because I certainly don't want them to come off as cloth, so. Come on. Come on. Yeah, so I'm excited to see my new sable hairbrushes, how they'll work out. This is an awesome sable brush, but it's like trying to do surgical. I mean, it's made for surgical work, but because of the complexities of the how I have to like move this around the miniature, it's like trying to do surgical work with, I don't know, a construction truck almost. Some sort of utility truck. Trying to do like precision drifting in like, I don't know, the bucket trucks for I just feel like that's what it's like. And it can do it. It can do it well, but because of its giant fat well, uh I just don't have all the angle and maneuverability that I feel I would if I had a more precision sable hair brush. So we'll see. We will see. All I know is that my buddy Jace said he got them for me. I don't know if he sent them to my house um, or is going to mail them to me. I've not asked because I don't look gift horses in the mouth. And I don't ask questions. I'm just appreciative. But yeah, for those who just are joining now, I finally have some Lunar emotes in chat for you guys to use. I have to add them to my Discord too. I have to like reform my whole Discord from, because Pimp Wizzy's in there, and because it was my former teaching Discord. I've told you guys a few times, but yeah, I gotta switch that all up soon. Yeah, so now all the channel points that have been accumulating, you can unlock some of the tier 1 emotes. Unless you're already subscribed, then I think you can already just use them. I think that's how it works, right? Yeah, I think that's how it works. Oh, I almost screwed up. The only thing I don't like is I have him with cool gray pants, so like the cool gray highlight for the butted up right against the boots are not going to be as good. They're not going to be as good. I could highlight the nails in. I almost want to do a turquoise highlight first, just because that's like, again, how heavy metal paints their orcs. I know, again, it's stupid to be like, oh, don't follow the box art, and here I'm trying to follow the box art, but I also like it. I also like how they do some of the elements, like the last, like, I want to say 6 years of them doing orcs in Games Workshop has been a lot better than their previous kits, at least for like advertisement painting purposes. They've really made them more interesting and more complicated in paint. You'd have to look up some of their old stuff to get what I mean. Stray's gonna waste all his channel points just being ridiculous now. I'm very excited. I feel like I feel it in my jellies today. I feel it like we're gonna finish, because some of these guys just need, you know, I don't know, like an hour or two more of work, and we're here in stream doing this, and we got more than 2 hours, so I'm gonna be here. I think we're gonna see stuff finished today. I do. there's a couple of spots where I'm just gonna be quieter than normal, just because it's like, oh my god, I gotta focus. But you guys haven't penalized me for that yet. Oh wow, I actually did get a good highlight there. I thought I missed that. That's the thing about Kolinsky brushes, is like they definitely have that like transfer of paint a lot better than synthetics, where like you feel like you need to apply almost like a bit of pressure. You can just barely touch with a Kolinsky brush and it applies like in the way you want it to. Gained a little bit of dust over the week, buddy. That's the thing too, is I can justify. I mean, I do have a display case and it's just got a bunch of gray miniatures in it, sadly. But I also want to justify getting more display cases and stuff for my miniatures. But why would I just put a bunch of gray miniatures in a display case, you know? I want to get some nice, like, LEDs. Oh, yeah. No, like, real Kolinsky brushes are good. That's why I was saying, like, if you've, the ones I bought, I think I showed you, I think no, we weren't teaching in class, but I think I did tell you I got Kolinsky brushes. They're crap. They're absolute crap. I don't think they're real Kolinsky brushes. Which they're not supposed to be advertising them as Kolinsky if they like mix them or counterfeit. That's like real bad. But what my friend Jace was saying is like they did start with Kolinsky hair like being really good quality, but after their Kickstarter they got like overwhelmed in and they started cutting corners and mixing in synthetics, and he thinks I got one of those synthetic mixed Kolinsky brushes. So that's probably where they still are like, yeah, they're Kolinsky, even though we mixed them with synthetics, even though they'll never admit it. I contacted them and they were like, it's like what I told you. It was like they don't give a shit, and you know, I think they didn't even I think they even took my review down because they said it wasn't, you know, I wasn't correct. But it's like, dude, I've used Kolinsky brushes and but like those things don't act like Kolinsky brushes. They have no bounce. I'm getting that little hook. I've treated them with conditioner and I've washed them and I've done everything, and they act like the title of my review was worse than my worst synthetics, because that's how they were. They acted worse than my worst synthetics, and it's like they have no bounce. They kind of flop and they hook at the end and they don't keep their shape, and it's just like, this is not Kolinsky. Yeah. Yeah. Kolinsky brushes, real sable hair brushes, are a pretty penny. You definitely have to make that decision of when you get Kolinsky brushes. It's like, okay, this month, am I getting miniatures or am I investing in good brushes? And honestly, for those who have any interest in painting, especially fine detail or taking it seriously, and I'll explain what I mean by seriously because that can be convoluted. More like fine detail. just invest in good Kolinsky brushes. Don't even mess around. Don't even try to get a cheap. Don't even try to get like a cheap like route with them either. Just pay for the good brushes. Um, they're definitely worth their weight. And so what I mean by seriously is like I'll still use synthetics. There's still like a great use for synthetics. In fact, like all my bigger pieces, like when I paint my blaster on stream, you're gonna see me use a lot of just crap synthetics. Perfectly good. They're actually better to use on bigger things and beat the crap out of them for like certain textures and stuff. I definitely think if you're working on like fine art or fine detail, use Kolinsky. Get Kolinsky Sable. But yeah, you guys are gonna see me use a good um a good selection of brushes when I do like my what I'll consider like my cosplay LARP prop stuff that you can get away with like going to Michael's and getting like a $7 big plethora of like synthetic brushes. And you'll see I abuse the heck out of those. Oh, let me put the guys I'm done with the cool grays on the side. I don't think oh, I did start this dude in. Oh, it's good to see so many of you in here. You guys seem to like the crafting stuff. You know what? I look at my analytics, and I know everyone tells me not to, but you know, I every week it's different. It's like sometimes my gaming goes like really high and my crafting streams are low, and then like another week it's completely opposite. Sometimes my crafting streams are super duper high, and then my game, like my last 7 Days to Die, like it went okay, but like not as many people were in it. But the week before, people were like all about it. So I really don't know. Um, I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. I'm not. I'm not. I'm also not um, disappointed in my analytics. I think it's great. Like I think it's all great. I'm gonna just keep it up. But I don't know what makes the decision of 1 week my videos do my certain type of videos will do better than others, and then the next week I get a completely different kind of thing. Basically, I know what it is, and it's not something I'm gonna change because I'm very stuck on like stubborn on making sure I do all different types of content. But it's just because I'm doing multi-content like media, that it's going to be inconsistent and a little bit harder for me to build up analytics because I don't have a specific one singular niche. Um, that's just not who I am, and I cannot change even if it's to my detriment. Um, but that being said, we're still starting off really, really strong in this channel. So yeah. Yeah, and that's it too. Like the one thing that hurts me is like is I stream a lot of the times when people are, you know, doing work, and it's like hard because it's like I'm treating this as a job and this is also my work and work hours. Um and I could push it to later, but also then that cuts into like my personal lifetime. So it's like, you know, it is what it is. We're doing good though. Don't let me come off like I'm saying like, oh, the channel's not doing good. Channel's doing great actually for starting out. We're still not even 2 months in. That's what's crazy. We're not even 2 months in. And I'm sure once I get on Patreon and start multimedia streaming, like on TikTok and on YouTube and stuff like that, that'll go a Uno momento. I am at a very difficult highlighting part. Oh, man. Trying to get like around the edges of this little thing that has the horn. I'm actually gonna have to throw a wash or a shade in there too to darken around the horn and the edge of the, I guess, whatever holds it, like the base of it. But it's gonna be like one of those last details involved. Alright. He was a little bit farther along than I was expecting, actually. Ooh, yeah, here's a part where it's like my big fat brush is gonna have trouble getting at some of this. Oh, I gotta get. This is not gonna be fun. I have to get the edge highlight on that bracer. Oh, and his back piece. And I eventually have to even paint a little logo on his back. This is one guy that has like a little bull skull or, you know, something. Yeah, it's different like factors that I can't, you know, predict. But you know, a lot of people tell me like, and they are right. It's not that they're wrong, but they're like, oh, don't pay attention to the analytics. And you know what? I'm not bothered by it. Only because like I'm doing a lot better than I thought I would be doing in the beginning. Um, I'm gonna be here doing this anyway. Like, what my friends always kept telling me is like, DJ, you should get into streaming. It's literally gonna be doing what you do every day. Just throw the camera on. So, stream or not, I'd be doing this anyway. I think the stream helps me keep a discipline of like, okay, this is the time I'm cutting out, and it's definitely helping me. This is going to be a good discipline for me to finish projects. That's what's going to be amazing. Um, so that's what I really love about streaming is finally, like I said, I don't have a lot of finished miniatures, but this will make me finish my miniatures, which I've put so much money into them, and the fact that I have miniatures that have been sitting well over 9 years in my cabinets that need to be finished, and it's like, come on, DJ, get your shit together. And maybe if I had finished miniatures, I'd be able to convince my friends with the allure of my amazing painted miniatures that they want to play. Because what I do is like, I don't tell my friends, hey, play these games, buy your own miniatures. I'm like, no, I have so many miniatures, just like use one of my war bands and play this game with me. See if you like it. And if they like it that much, then they can think about what they want to invest in. But like, I provide enough miniatures to at least like, even if you're like not crazy about like, let's say orcs, right? Just play a game. Have like one game where you're playing orcs, right? Like, who cares? You might be like, oh man, this is great. I don't like orcs, but maybe I can play the same vibe with my own theme. Maybe instead I'll play like cultists or just like, you know, chaos renegades or, you know, whatever. Or I want to actually do a for This Is Not a Test. I really want to do a Van Sar Tech Hunter party, which are like from Necromunda. They're fucking so cool. They're so cool. And I kind of want to give them like desert rag cloaks, and like they go out into the ash wastes and get all the tech stuff. Alright, let's try to this is going to be a little hard because I have to try to get all the... Wow, I've not been able to listen to this song since my ferret passed away a year and a half ago. That's kind of what I dedicated when Archie passed away. What was it? It's Over the Rainbow by that Hawaiian dude that I can't pronounce. He passed away quite a while ago. He didn't live very long, but he was like a 500-pound dude, and he had really bad health issues. But I hear he was like such a nice guy, and that song cover put him on the map. But yeah, it's always a sad song. Archie passed away when I was holding him, and that's the music I had. Even though it was more for me, he was deaf, but like I just felt like it was. I was sitting with him, and I just put that on, and you know, sad times. But I loved that ferret. He was such a good boy. I miss having ferrets. Clarence passed away back in September. And yeah, our ferrets were always so super fun. We lucked out getting some really well-mannered boys. That would be something cool to do on stream too. I have to redo them, but a long time ago, I actually made pixel art of all my pets, including the ferrets, as little D&D adventurers. And I made them all on Heroes Forge, and I printed them out. But they recently, for Heroes Forge, came out with a weasel race. And I was like, man, these would look so much better. And I have Archie and Clarence printed out, but I really think it would be better to go back and redo them as the weasel folk. Alright, so I have all the holes highlighted. They need a little touching up. So why don't I go back and touch that up a little bit, because we're doing good on time. We're gonna finish these guys today. I think it's a definite. So I don't mind going back and taking my time and touching some stuff up. I really don't know where I would be if I did not have this brush with all my other brushes not cooperating. I'd be boned. I probably would tell you guys that this project is going to go on the back burner until I get better brushes and just start doing terrain. That's what I would have been forced to have to do, but thankfully... Oh, you know what? I didn't clean up this little back panel over here. I can't edge highlight it until this is actually cleaned up, and that passed my radar. And that's common with miniature painting, is you're focusing on so much, and you're like going over and you're like, oh fuck, I completely forgot that piece. It happened. There's not a single miniature that I've painted, not that I have a lot of miniatures that I've completely finished, but like it always happens, like where you just, there's so much to keep track of and you're like, fuck, I forgot this small little itty bitty detail. I don't know. Any other miniature painters we got in here that have gone through the same thing? I know we got a few, like at least one or two miniature painters watching the stream right now who have at least done it. But yeah, after I get my first bits of terrain painted, and after these orcs, for all my local friends, keep tuned, because I'm gonna be holding some local games. Yeah. Yeah, no, it is a real thing. You always forget. You always forget little details. All right, did I? Why are you still here? I thought I just finished you. Oh, I want to touch up a little bit here. Oh boy, we're getting close, guys. I just got the cool gray highlight to do on my dude with the rocket launcher. We're making good time. And he already has some started on him, so we're ahead of the game. Well, you were a child. You're now a college student. I mean, a lot of people still always undermine you and say you're not an adult, but I mean, dude, there's people who still consider me a child, and it's like there's no pleasing you, bro. I'm 40 fucking years old and I'm still called a kid. Something most narcissistic generation, something recorded in something history, something. I'm not bitter. Ooh, can I get? I might have to resort to. All right, I'm gonna have to use the. I'm gonna have to resort to using synthetics here, only because I can't get my brush in there. So I anchor my hand really well. Okay, I was able to get. Whew. Yeah, getting that sole of this foot in there. I had to try to highlight that. That was gravy. I'm gonna keep you aside. Daddy does not love you. That goes back to early early sessions of painting these guys. Um, it's so hard getting the consistency for highlighting. So highlighting is probably the least experienced step I have. I never get my miniatures quite up to the highlighting phase. So I don't have this kind of like natural knack of getting the consistency for it. Like I said, it's almost like you want to thin it, but it's almost like a 75 to 25 paint to water ratio, more paint than water. Otherwise it gets too watery and it falls into the cracks and stuff, because you're on the edge of so many like crevices that if your paint is too thin, it just like pools. And that is not what you want. And yeah, my edge highlighting isn't gonna win me any awards, but I'm not stuck up on like, oh, it's gotta be perfect or else I'm not gonna do it. You know, that's kept me from doing my project so long. The only way I'm gonna get better is, unfortunately, if I kind of just not sacrifice these miniatures to it, because they're still gonna look better than not, but you just gotta do it. I can't just all of a sudden like wake up one day and be better at edge highlighting. You gotta do it. And you know, for how great I'm doing on my orcs, there is a part of me that's like, man, I wish my edge highlighting was up to par, but like it'll get there. There's like a one of my motivational speakers that me and Jace listen to. One quote that he says is oh, what was it? Like something about growth and getting to a certain point, but never to don't feel bad about looking back and seeing the like you take the steps on like a stone path to progress and growth, but don't ever feel ashamed for like reaching down, looking back and appreciating the shape of the stone in a way, which means like I'm not where I want to be talent wise, especially when it's edge highlighting. But you shouldn't like just shit on the work and the progress that you've made to get to a certain point that you are at. I think is like the whole purpose of the quote, I guess. And you're not gonna get to that point if you're too scared of not being where you are or where you want to be. You shouldn't be scared of doing something just because you're not at a particular skill level. You have to get there somehow. That's the yeah, no, and I have some of my first miniatures that I ever painted, and I've thought about like, do I want to do a better job? But it's like, again, like this is where you grew and came from. Like just you know, show you know, my next orcs will probably be better than these orcs, but that's okay. That doesn't mean I'm gonna scrap these orcs because they're not up to snuff. It's just, you know, it is whatever. And there's also something to be said, is there's nothing saying you can't go back. If you're really unhappy and you feel like you do want to go back and touch up some stuff, do that too. There's no one saying you can't. There's no rules to it. Now, there is a balance, though, of being like when to finally know when you're done with a project. And even when you're like that, you can always go back years later and touch up. You know? You're making your own rules. No one else is. I sometimes actually like when Ninjon takes some of his miniatures that he's done like 3 or 4 years ago, and he's like, I was never happy in this, but here I'm going to use this as an example to touch it up. He does it too, and I think that's cool. I know I bring up Ninjon a lot, but I really do revere him as a really good, not just mini painter, but just like really good mentality to put yourself in as a miniature painter. He's a very humble, very interesting, very talented, but he's not perfect, and he even, you know, will talk about his mistakes and his struggles, and I really like that in a person and in an artist. That's why I like you guys coming to me with like the things you create, especially if you have questions or stuff. I find it fascinating and validating and relatable when you guys tell me about struggles you're having, because like I have the same stuff. I mean, we've even just being in this stream for doing this for a month and a half, is you guys see it live. You see me struggle with some of the stuff, and I'm like, fuck. And I don't call it a wash of a stream, because like, if anything, learn from my struggles that I don't get it perfect the first time. Sometimes it takes me a few tries. No, he didn't. He's not that stupid. I don't know. To all my friends who do play Tau, sorry, but not sorry. It's meme worthy, you know, people getting into Warhammer and going for Tau, and it's like, why? Why did you choose Tau? I have Tau, but not fully under my own volition. I actually still have Will's Tau. He gave me like a box set of his Tau, and I just still have it like up on a shelf, because like it's like 4th edition Tau. I think I actually even have a completely unbuilt tank from them. I've been thinking of like giving them to a friend or something. Unless I can get a friend into Tau, at least it's a good starting army. But some of the miniatures are like old and pewter still. And it's like, man, they haven't used pewter miniatures in Warhammer in a while. I want to change this song. I'm really excited, guys. This is gonna we're getting it done finally. I feel like we're gonna do it. We're gonna make it. Yes, I will hydrate. I just need to get that done. Yeah, I've been only drinking the Red Bull, so it actually dehydrates me. Oh, who's texting me? Let's see. Oh, it's my dental appointment. Wow, that's tomorrow at 3:30. Okay. They're gonna open me up. It's more for my just a checkup and a their uncovering the screw that I have in my jaw right now for the implant. So that's gonna be fun. Wish me luck. I don't have you blocked. Shut up. I only have one person. Actually, I have two people blocked. With good reason. I forgot I had two people blocked, but I only have those two. Okay, I kind of screwed up there. I'm gonna have to touch up that, but this isn't too bad. Isn't too bad. Oh, I do need to. I found one more cool. And after this, I think all my cool grays. I might have to go back and like, oop, I forgot one little bit. You know, like there's a bunch of that, as you guys have already seen. But I think after this line, this might be the last cool gray line. Okay. All right. I could get more. There's a couple in here. Okay, and then I have to get this all. Yeah, see, I actually missed a few right here. And this supposed Kolinsky brush, which it's not, is not flowing the paint as well as Kolinsky brushes should. So I'm fighting it a little bit on this last line. I'm noticing they got like these kind of bulbous ankle parts, and I don't think I ever highlighted them. I'm wondering if I should go back. This won't take long, only because there's like 5 of them. Let me see if I need to do this. Okay, I got that one. Oh, I did kind of get that one. Okay. This, yeah, he's got kind of like this. Yep, I missed quite a few of these. The one thing that I think I'm gonna need to do in the future is when I get to the highlighting phase, I think I need to hit it with a matte varnish preemptively, because the shine of it is actually hindering me seeing like where a good highlight is. You'd think actually the opposite, because it's kind of showing me where all the shines are. But I'm having a hard time with the the way the shine just kind of it tricks me more than it actually helps me. Yeah, it's not helpful as you would think. Is Point DJ Anchor Stray the meta? What kind of fucking word slop is that? Okay. Alright. I think that's okay. I just had to hit those little ankle bones showing through the leather boots. They were kind of bugging me. Okay, what's next? We need to do the warm gray, right? That's a lot of grays and warm grays, but there's less warm gray that we have to do. But the warm gray might be more difficult. It might be more difficult. Yeah, this is the darkest in warm grays, actually. So I'm not sure. I might want to mix this actually even with a slight bit of the black here. So I might plop it right next to it so I can do some blending. Oh my god. Yeah, that's pretty bright, and I don't want that to be that bright, so where's one of my mixing brushes? You're kind of a mixing brush. Yeah, I think I want to tone that down quite a bit. I might have toned that down. Nah. That's about the same hue. Yeah, we're getting the same hue there, so that's important. Hue, not hue. It's definitely brightness, levels and stuff. All right, so there's only a couple. No, definitely all 5 of these guys need this highlight. They all have a little bit of black clothing. I think that's still watery. There we go. That's where I want it. All right. So I have a harder time with clothing highlight than I do even the leather. So this is going to probably come out even worse. But we'll see. There might be even a little bit of glazing I want to do. Because the black clothes got no love or attention. So I need to kind of do wrinkles and highlights and you know what I mean? So I might mark the peaks of these clothing bits. And then I might try to go back and do a little bit of a glazing technique to blend it in to make it look softer. So let's just hit these all with the highlights. Like this guy is pretty much all highlighted. Let's see if I can sneak this in here. Yeah, I can. Let's get. Yeah. Okay. So see, like it's that quick, and then I'll go back with a glaze. So I think maybe this step won't be as hard as I actually thought. Hopefully, hopefully, we're kind of we're living kind of on a prayer here. This is like kind of just theory. Whoops. Yeah, there's gonna have to be cleanups on this too. That's actually one thing about glazing that might actually be better is going up and cleaning. Oh, come on. I gotta get this fat brush in here. Let me just. Yeah, let's also like get it this highlight right there. Again, I'm doing like the peak highlights. It's not gonna be this stark after I'm through with it, but I have a theory. I have a theory that this might be okay. Or it's gonna really lighten up the pants and look terrible, which will just bring back we'll glaze back in some black and shading values, to it. It'll be okay. It might be a little bit of a back and forth, but I still am pretty confident, even with the potential difficulty, that these guys we'll see the end of them today. Oh my god, that was terrible. Man, I'm gonna just repaint that. That just like flopped all over the place. That was so bad. I can't even go on. Continuing that area like nothing happened. And while we're here, I can actually go and clean up some other spots that I got a little too. All right. Yeah, this is a hard part. I'm not crazy about it. I'm not super crazy about it. Come on, why are you misbehaving? I can't have you misbehave. I got no other brushes. Well, I mean, I do, but you know what I mean. Like, ones that'll behave. If anyone's like, man, DJ, talking to your brushes like they're your kids. Yeah, I mean, all I have is pets and brushes. I don't have kids. I'm okay with that. That was always one thing. Is like I knew from an early age I did not want kids. And man, did I have everybody and their mother and every teacher being like, "Oh, you're gonna change your mind when you grow up." And it's like, okay, you're wrong, but I hate when people always were like, "You're gonna change your mind." If anything, that made me more not want to have kids. Because now I have to just prove a point. But yeah, the thought of having kids to me has always like really depressed me. Um, it was a big reason I actually broke up with a girlfriend is because she was like, "We're gonna have kids at 25, and you have no say about that." And I was like, "Well, thank you for realizing that you want to baby trap me when I'm 18 years old, and the thought already puts me into a not aliving myself situation." But sure, yeah, just kind of glad. I mean, she did go off and have 3 kids with someone who was much willing to do that. So good for her. Good for them. Not a life I would want. So that's something that makes me move on to a little bit better. It's like, you know what? If they got the life they want, it only helps me get the life I want. And in the end, yeah, that is also true. I try. And we won't name names, but yeah, there's things that yeah. All right. I think I got where I want. Oh, you know what? I could do like the patches here. There's like this patch that could use this kind of highlight here too. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm highlighting these little itty bitty corners. What is wrong with me? Yeah, that patch needed a little bit of highlighting. If you guys can even see it, yeah. Oh, that actually looks really cool up close. I mean, that almost looks cooler on the stream than it does in real life. It looks pretty cool in real life, but and I just realized I never cleaned up one of the missiles there. Come here. Again, this is another moment where it's like, oh shit, I forgot this. Oops. Yeah, this is the time killer that usually gets miniature painters is like that. Oh, I forgot that piece. Um, I need to pull up some of my reference. Where are they? The boys. Yeah. Uh, let's see. All right. That's actually red, so I will highlight that edge red when I get back to that point. Okay, this guy can actually be put down. let's move on to the next because we still got 3 to do the clothing highlight. Oh, man. We'll get it done. I try to think every little step is at least a step closer to being done, you know? Actually, I didn't... Does this guy have any holes in his shirt that I missed? No. Okay. I just saw this guy has holes around his shirt, which that I'm going to have to highlight, like, in here. Yeah, and down here. So this is what I hate too, is like, I don't know if you caught that on camera, but I go to like reach in, and because my well is so fat, like the gun actually pushed it out of the way, and I'm not paying attention to where the fat well is going. I'm only paying attention to like the tip. That's where like I'm focused on. So it's like someone bumping into me, and that's what makes this like a really hard brush to use. Like, yeah, I have the really good thin tip on it, but I'm limited in a way that, you know, I'm not as, I don't have the dexterity that I do in a smaller brush. Yeah, I don't know if you guys caught that on camera. Maybe it was hidden enough, but and this is a trust the process. I really don't like these stark highlights, but I think to make this look like a smooth cloth, the peak and glaze method of doing this is going to be important for the highlighting of these clothes. And I'm worried that I'm going to lighten them too much, so that's also going to be hard. I don't know if this is a piece of metal or if it's part of the shirt, so I'm just going to treat it like it's a part of the shirt that it's overlapping going under. It's kind of what it looks like, but it also could be a piece of metal. They didn't make it protruded enough to look like an overlapping piece of metal like that piece that was over there. Even when I was looking at the model, I was like, kind of like, what the fuck am I looking at? But, you know, Games Workshop makes, you know, the best miniatures. Or at least that's what they say. They make okay miniatures. I actually found that their Age of Sigmar miniatures are kind of more awesome than their 40k miniatures. Tell me if you agree. If you're aware of miniatures, like, do you guys think their Age of Sigmar sculptors just have like, they're kind of like on another level for some reason? And it's not even like there's not more Age of Sigmar players, there's more 40k players than Age of Sigmar players, but their Age of Sigmar sculptors are kind of goated. Oh, I screwed up that a little bit, but I can clean it up. They have a lot of like, he's got a bit of wrinkles around the belt and his, like the back of his armpits and stuff that I have to get at here. Okay, I want to get, that's going to be highlighted. Let's get this wrinkle. Oh, what's going on with my brush? I think I knocked it and split it apart. Why? Because this stays in a tip, but like the one thing about this brush is it like the bristles are very soft and will, if you push them apart, they will come apart. So it's kind of like a delicate, sharp tip. If that makes sense. Alright. Kind of looks really bad, but it's a... Just stay tuned. I think this will get better eventually, but I'm like really nervous about it though, if I'm being real. Really nervous about this looking good or absolutely dog shit. We just have this guy and then one other to do the black, and then we can do a little bit more interesting highlights. Ooh. We're doing okay. We're doing okay. But only and just okay. Gotta get these highlights at his orc booty. I'm already kind of getting a glaze effect when I don't really want it. Oh my god, why do you have so many wrinkles in your frickin' clothes? Wow, that was terrible. I may have to get some more black involved on my palette to fix this up. let's move on. Oh, actually, I can actually fix this up because this didn't wasn't terrible, but it was thicker than I really wanted them. But you know how orc booties be, they be thick. They compete with the Eldar on annual booty contests. And then Corvus Belli with their Infinity miniatures win every year. Have you seen those cakes on all their miniatures? Oh my god. Someone who sculpts those is an ass man. Totally. Or it's an entire team, which it's probably more likely, but the sculpting and styles are consistent. And my goodness. My goodness. Whew. I do declare. That the cakes are there. Come on. I got this too thin. This is why I was actually getting the glazing effect, actually. I got too much water in here. Alright. That's not bad right there. I just gotta calm down because I'm burnt out doing the black highlights, and it's like, oh man, I noticed in the last one I was like doing some risky sloppy things. That's why I had to clean up. But I was just like I really do not like highlighting this black. It's probably my least favorite out of the entire project is me doing this particular part. So I'm getting lazy. No, that didn't. Why did I even put that there? That wasn't even on the highlight. Come on. This is why I'm like not commentating a lot too, because this is like really, really, really stressful. And I don't think it looks good, but I just keep telling myself, trust the process, trust the process, trust the process. I don't know what the process is, but just trust it. Highlight this edge too. Damn. Damn it. I just screwed up because again the well is so fat on this. Let's get one more pass at the backside with some parts. Around these stitches is going to be good. And then I think we can, oh, I forgot this little, oh man, this little hole. These holes are what get me, all the little holes in their clothing and stuff. Okay. Oh, alright. So some of these are not the best, but I'm gonna, let's go back and let's do some glazing, try to blend that all in, especially because this gray that I'm using is really thinned out anyway. How's the water in my wet palette? It's good. I might have to, it's not even a might, I have to add some more mixed paint. I do such a little bit amount. I hate wasting paint. I see some of these painters just glob on like, you know, a thumbprint size of paint each time, and I'm like, good gods, like it must be nice having sponsorships, obviously, because like every time I picked up a bottle of paint, like every 3 times, I'd be replacing the paint. Well, thank you for stopping by, Nova. Alright, let's get this nice and mixed up, and then we'll turn it into a glaze. We could even actually, we could make this darker. That's using big brain, glazing a darker blend in there. Hell yeah, actually. That would actually make the transition really good. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. Almost. If I'm giving that impression that I know what I'm doing, then I'm doing a good job tricking you all. Yep. Here we go. Boom. I don't care about the synthetic. That's... Yeah, there we go. There we go, boy. Here's this nice, you know, watercolor consistency that you want. Like, you want that very opaque color. I've never glazed with this brush, but I actually think this would be a good brush to glaze with because the way it flows and has application, right at the application of it. So let's I actually think this is not watery enough still. Boom, boom, boom. Might even be one thinner. Oh, that's too much. Oh yeah, it was way too saturated. Look at that. I might even have to like squeeze this out a little bit. Okay. Oh. Yeah, that's even thinner. I might have to start. I actually wasn't considering that. Being that it's on black, it might actually show up very, very strong. Oh, this is terrible. I don't think my theory is gonna go well. Which means it's gonna take longer. Don't you love it? Might not, I don't know. Glazing is like, again, one of those things that you need to wait for it to fully dry to really get its full effect. But I'm not crazy about what I'm seeing right now. It's very splotchy. Very, very splotchy. Not crazy about it. Let me see. I might need some. Damn. Yeah, you know what? I think instead I might go back with a very thinned black and just touch up all my those thickened highlights that I did on all clothes, and I think I should just like kind of do more of just touching up than anything. Let's actually get. I think actually. Alright. New method. Ew. Alright, here we go. We might have to get a little bit of a different method going on. So it's almost like touching up with a dark, warm gray. And then I'll go back and touch it up even with like the black. Yeah, it looks smoother this way. Yeah, I should have just done this. This method's gonna take a little longer. I still think we have enough time to finish these guys though. It's just like a little bit weird of a way to work. It's almost kind of like working opposites, like working from like the peak and then out. I like to do more of a build up to the peak of like painting, like detail peak is what I mean. But I'm kind of using, yeah, starting out with the peaks, and then I go back and touch them up, and then I'll go back and add darker and darker. Honestly, if I were to do this again, I should have probably just, because I have this habit of like avoiding null oil, but this might have been a situation that called for like doing it more in a dark gray and then like doing a null oil wash on this. As much as I hate it, or hate admitting it, I have a feeling that's what I should have done. I just really, hot take, I really hate Nolan Oil. I literally like every shade except for like Nolan Oil, in all honesty. But I might might need its help in this go. Cause like, let's see, cause I'm starting to get like the shade on it on this guy, and it looks better. And then when I mix in like the matte black in here, that'll look even better. It looks really bad right now, but it is getting the result I want, which I wasn't getting before, so. I'll just focus on that right now. Okay, let's move on. That makes me feel good if I can just like quickly kind of like fix that up and on to the next kind of. Because then this tells me it might not take as much time as I'm worried about. Come on, give me a good song. Give me a good song. I need something good. Alright. Yeah, I'm happier with this, even if it adds a little bit more gray into it. At least for now. This is. I'll have to remember that. I'm gonna write that down when after stream, to be like, yo, do this because this didn't work. Back when I did my chaos, I wasn't edge highlighting. You know, this is back 20 years ago, so I painted them, but I don't think I painted them well. My buddy who comes in here, a man's taco, you might have seen him in here a little bit. He took pictures a long time ago of my Emperor's Children that I did at that time. Man, were those bad. Those. I mean, I did a lot of experimenting. And you know, it wasn't unsuccessful. I learned a lot working on those because I did a lot of like cool little tricks, getting like a really weird, vibrant like pink colors and some cool blues and turquoises I was getting, and purples. And I think that's why I liked that army too, is like I had a lot of experimenting on that. Plus that was like the day and age of my like really competitive days of Warhammer. And then I went to Eldar, and some of the Eldar stuff I painted like turned out really good, but that was also a change of like kind of time in where I started playing Warhammer more for the enjoyment because they were so challenging. My Chaos God armies were definitely like my cheese type of. They were kind of like my cheese lists, and I went through a cheese list phase, and that's why I'm very against cheese lists. I don't have fizz treats. I'm still out. I'm sorry. That's why I don't have that from my bits yet. Haley's going to get animal food and dry cat food later today after she comes back. Or when not after she comes back, but on her way back from work. Snoot Kiss. If he would come here, he I don't think he would. Alright, after I'm done with this, I'll try to coax Fizzgig for a Snoot Kiss, alright? That make you happy? Yeah, I'm kind of doing. This is like a really weird way to be highlighting in the black, but I also kind of like it. We'll see the end result. That'll be the real. That'll be the real. I guess reveal whether this works or not. So I kind of have to see the end result to say whether I really am okay with this or not. This might take quite a few extra steps. But like here, let's see. But you see, it's kind of building up. It's not very pretty right now. But I think what's important is I'm keeping it looking like black while adding gray tone values to it, which, you know, is that the first guy? No. Oh, I'm getting the dudes I'm working on and complete screwed up. Oh man. Okay, this all dried up, so I need to kind of mix this back up. All right, let's see if I can get Fizzgig over here. Hey, Fizzgig. Fizzgig. You want kisses? Come here. Come here, buddy. Fizzgig. Come here. Stray wants me to kiss your snoot. Come here. Come on. Yeah, come here. Come. Come on. Come here. Come here, Bubba. Fizzgig, come here. Come on. He's just looking at me like he has no interest. Fizzgig, come here. Come on, buddy. Come on. He's not budging. I'm sorry. Alright, let's try to get this. Yeah. He was just like tired, kind of being like, Dad, leave me alone. Just his squinty eyed, like, fat faced look, just like, I can't be fucked, Dad. Is this brighter than before? I also am not liking where my focus is at, so let me help. Nope. Where's... There we go. How's that? Is that a little better? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I say I don't like this current consistency, but as soon as it dries, I'm like, oh, I guess that's alright. Gotta get the booty cheeks. So basically, when I'm glazing, it's important to start where you want the least amount of pigment and color and pull down to the peak where you want it to build up the pigment. That's a key thing with glazing. So I'm starting at the top here and finishing like at the bottom kind of the cheek, and that's going to give like a round kind of bulbous effect. And yeah, that's the tricky part about glazing, is basically you kind of have to start where there's not going to be as much, and your brush will pull. Like watercolor, you do the same thing with watercolor. You're essentially doing watercolor on a 3D miniature when you're doing glazing. That's the best way I can describe what we're doing here. But it's also important that I don't have my brush very saturated, because I'm just going to be like sloshing this around if that's the case. I think this is the hardest glazing I've ever done, is on basically black. And I almost think this would actually react better. This is also why I'm talking about, like, man, I should have maybe like done a varnish of matte, because I actually feel that I would have done better in highlighting if I didn't have a gloss on this. So that might be when I do future orcs, because I do have future orcs to do. I especially have the maniacs that I want to do. The maniacs are like super fun for my raider party. People are probably like, maniacs and 40k orcs, what are you talking about? Because remember, I'm playing, this is not a test, and these are just the raiders. So I got a couple of these, let's see. I got these guys to be my maniacs, which pretty much are berserkers. They're like melee fighting dudes. And I got these guys from the Age of Sigmar, or Rooks, because they all have like these almost like sun dancer style hooks in their back that they get all chained up in between battles. And the lore in This Is Not a Test is their maniacs are literally in between battles. They lock them up and chain them up and like throw in like dead body parts like and stuff for their maniacs to keep entertained. And so it's like, huh. Oh, I don't need to make a new mix. This is actually up here. I can. Yeah, it's a little bit morbid, but like, so I chose those guys because they're gonna be like, they're gonna fill that role, and I think they're like perfect for that. And I'm really excited to get once I get the Burna Boy involved. At least I think I want the Burna Boy to be my next unit, but I also really want those maniacs. I think they would be a lot of fun. Um, and when I eventually do those orcs, I don't know when I'm gonna do it. I may hold them off until I actually play, and I'm like, oh, I actually need these guys now. Uh, and then I'll just be like, okay, for the next couple of weeks, we're gonna be painting this one orc or something. Or maybe because I am painting just one orc, maybe it would be quicker. I don't know. Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm struggling a little bit with these. I'm trying to do like this build up of black highlighting, and I'm not good at really black highlighting. So the edge highlighting did not work, so I'm kind of trying a glaze effect, and I'm too saturated right now. Um, so we're kind of doing an experiment with building up the blacks on this just to make it interesting, and I'm gonna go over a passive. We went in kind of an opposite direction because we went and did a highlight. So we started from the peaks, and now we're just trying to fade out a gradient. So I'm on the second step. It's I'm not super happy with this step. Oh, I was just saying to my friend Jace how much I like the Eldar Corsairs. I actually would love a box of those. One of my favorite armies, like I think I did Eldar around 4th edition, um, and my Eldar were probably the funnest time I had in Games Workshop, and and since then I haven't played too much of the actual game of Warhammer. I take all my Warhammer miniatures and either play like Shadow War Armageddon, or I do third party games like these orcs are actually for This Is Not a Test, that I'm doing a 40k theme. Yeah, I agree. I'm not crazy about Games Workshop's like rules and classifications and stuff. It feels very, I don't know. I don't want to use the term streamlined, but it is kind of streamlined. But it's like they streamlined some stuff and made other things like more complicated than it has to be. Um, I what really killed me playing modern editions of Warhammer is like stratagems and like command points and stuff like that. I never liked it in other games. It kills RNG, and I still play like Necromunda, Mordheim, and Shadow War Armageddon, and This Is Not a Test because there's a lot of narrative RNG that no one really can control, and it just feels a little bit like I'm there for the story, and you know. But yeah, I have a lot of my unfinished Eldar. I've debated on whether I'm ever gonna go back to them or not. Um, I miss them. I do miss them. Especially, funny thing is the avatar of this channel, Lunar Sanctum, um, is is a miniature I actually made as like a Phoenix Lord. I actually wanted to make my own little special like Phoenix Lord. It was back in the day, Like I know he's not Eldar, but he had a story relating to D&D where he saved a bunch of like Luna elves. So I was like painting my Eldar like these like blue skinned kind of like dark night elf kind of looking dudes, and I actually had the Drukari like heads and stuff because they looked a little bit more tribalistic and druidic, and I had him as like the Phoenix Lord for those. It was a cool little idea, something I don't totally hate that I was doing. Might be cool for like a kill team at this point. I've moved to very. I don't play like army scale war games anymore. I stick to like war bands. I have a lot more fun with them now. Oh yeah, I haven't. I'm not a. I'm not a huge fan of custodies or the custodes. Um, I'm certainly approaching 11th edition very cautiously with like probably gonna disappoint me again, but um, I have no plans on getting back into Warhammer, like actual army Warhammer, um, for a while. I don't know what the suspected changes to 11th edition are going to be, but um, I haven't had a lot of faith in it. Me and my friend Jace, I don't know if you know Jace, if you're from the Panda server, which you might be. And everyone's like, Panda server? What are you talking about? But we don't get into arguments about it, but he knows my. I love the miniatures, I love the lore, I love the universe and stuff, but I have no love for like the game anymore. And I would like to. I think if I want to find a love for the game again, it might have to be through orcs. As much as they're not something I really was planning on doing an army of. And sorry for those who were thinking this particular orc was going to be quick. I am finding a lot of nooks and crannies that are actually slowing this particular orc down quite a bit. And sometimes it be like that. Sometimes it be like that. Again, sorry I'm being so quiet. I'm just like holding my breath and trying to concentrate. I'm usually a lot more chatty. Um, I'm just at a very difficult moment with these orcs right now. Alright, so His pants are a little bright, but again, this is the second out of 3 phases. The next is going to be a black wash. I might have to throw some Nuln Oil in there, as much as I want to avoid it. But I'm kind of like seeing that I might not be able to avoid it. Ooh, that got too dark. Okay. A lot of back and forth with these paints. So we got 2 more of these guys to spruce up like that. How much are we? We're almost 3 hours. Uh-oh. We'll get this done, boys. Oh, you're not from that server? Okay. So you have no idea where the people I'm talking about, which is cool. I love that. But no, I figured I just saw someone in that server who had Eldar Corsairs. I was like, oh, coincidental time. Or that's a coincidence. Because someone just brought up the Eldar Corsair, the big box of them. And they look so cool. They look really cool. But my friend Jace has a whole like 6,000 point army of like Eldar Corsairs that are really cool, and he custom made his Phoenix Lord, and it was a really cool little. Oh, I don't want to mix with this brush. It's my only good cooperative Kolinsky hair brush, and I need to not screw it up. Let's get that involved. Alright, I might have to throw a little bit more black in this. Here, just a touch more black. Beautiful. Otherwise, I'm going to get the pigment too light, and the stark changes are going to be, like, not good for glazing. Actually, I think I went too dark there now, so let me mix. I'm just slathering my frickin' wet palette with this. Let's get some water involved. Do not dip it into my energy drink. That would be disgusting. Okay, actually, yeah. So I just gotta bring up. So yeah, this entire parchment paper is just going to be completely ruined and used for this gray glaze that I was not expecting, but that's okay. I have about 8 million more parchment papers, so I stocked up when I first got this palette. I love this wet palette. I will eventually probably get some of the other highly revered wet palettes at some point, but I really do. For starters, the Army Painter wet palette, awesome. I love the sponge that it comes with. I do. All right, let's focus on this cake. All right, let's focus on this bootylicious cake. All right. We're going to be, again, pulling the pigment down towards the peak where we want to be the most involved. You know, I don't know why they... So, like, for those who don't know about 40k orcs, they're just basically plant people. They're just basically, like, they're born from, like, fungal spores. That's why they're green in this universe. Why did they cake them up so much? I have no idea. No idea. They have, like, the absolute, like, ridiculous bonkadonks. And am I kind of highlighting on that? You're damn right I am. like, this dude spent 3 hours painting orc cheeks. And why? It's not that I think orcs are particularly schmeckshe or anything. It's really just because I can. I actually find it's like a really good warm-up too, because like I feel like it's not a difficult part to kind of focus on. It's a Yeah, it's great warm-up for glazing. Glaze the booty cheeks. Yeah, well, so I was just explaining like about an hour ago is I'm not the best at highlights too. I've never gotten I'm not the best when it comes to a big part of this channel, and its reason is so I can actually like my tens of thousands of dollars worth of miniatures that have just been staring at me in my display cases all grade. It's time that I start disciplining myself, and a lot of this channel was like a craft along channel to hey, you know, I'm gonna paint my miniatures, you guys should work on your projects too, and we'll do that together. And it was like a way for me to start completing a lot of my dudes. So I kind of was there too, is a lot of my guys have never been even up to the highlight phase except for my Knowles. um, and I'm not the best at it, but I'm sure, you know, in time of me doing this more and more, like you do when you practice, is you'll just get better. So I'm not like hung up on me not being the best at highlight painting, but I do really like how my glaze effects turn out. So that's why when I wasn't doing good with these black highlights, I was like, you know what, let's glaze in some. I wasn't planning on it, but let's glaze in these like gray gradients into the highlights, and maybe that'll build up and look better. And also kind of separate like my black clothes from my shiny dark black boots. I kind of wanted that too. So that's this is a very trust the process moment I'm on. I'm not 100% super duper happy with how it's going, but we'll blend, we'll continue to patiently get there. Patiently get there. Patience. But yeah, welcome to the channel. So are you painting your Eldar Corsairs right now? Because that would be cool. I love knowing people are working on stuff when I'm working on stuff. It's just a hard time because it's like I know I'm working on I'm streaming a lot of times when a lot of people are working, which is a big struggle. But as this channel grows, I'll probably have more late night, you know, crafting sessions when people are not working. Oh, you are at work. Do you do security? Because security is a great way to like bring your miniatures when you just have to sit and. I know a buddy who used to work like security was like, yeah, they just used to bring miniatures and stuff. Ding ding. Yep. Yep. A lot of security guys who are into Warhammer find it a perfect time to paint. How funny. Well, I am glad you're here. Yeah, I love this stuff. Um, so I originally got these orcs to actually be to a different project. I got the 9th edition Combat Patrol orcs box, and I wanted to use it as a study of like their clothing and armor, because I actually wanted to do a proxy army of gnolls, because I'm obsessed with gnolls for some reason, even if they don't exist in 40k. I wanted to make, like, for Necromunda or whatever, even like other games, some like orc looking gnolls that I'm doing like 3D renders of. And while that project is kind of taking a different turn of like I'm just gonna be making like some original sculpted gnolls eventually to sell on like all the 3D printing sites and stuff. Um, I still might do it. I still might make like a warband of like orc proxy gnolls. And it was just for like the clothing and armor. But when I was doing a This Is Not a Test setup, and we were decided to do 40k, I was like, you know what? I got these orcs. I really wanted to play the. Oh, well, we'll get into that explanation in a moment. But I was like, I have all these orcs, and I kind of want to play the raiders, So I was like, yeah, let's make orc raiders, and that's what started this project. Now, aren't gnolls essentially werewolves? They are like werewolves, sort of, if you were to compare like what a lot of the times, being a degenerate furry that I am, a lot of people are like, aren't they just hyenas? And it's like, they are like hyenas if you were to compare like a wolf anthro furry to a werewolf. They're a lot more feral. They're a lot more like breaking the human body shape, lankier, hunched over. And I love them. I think they're so cool. Uh, Ever since I got into third edition D&D, the monster art for the gnoll, I was always like, why is that so cool looking? They're not even that powerful of a creature. And of course, this was also before I knew I was said degen furry. Um, but I thought they were so cool. And actually, I'm 2 years in a campaign of my first like full-fledged playing Knoll. Like, I on Wednesdays I do a drawing session where I do digital drawing, and there's a piece I'm doing for my Knoll in D&D, and my friend who also plays D&D, and it's our two characters recreating a meme. Oh, I'm gonna need to null and oil that. I totally screwed that up. And yeah, I've had an autistic hyperfocus on gnolls for over 2 decades now. I don't know why. They just, a hyena isn't even like my favorite animal. Like my avatar for Twitch is basically my OG persona. It's a snow leopard like character, so it's like, you know, a lot of people don't even know that, but that's why I kind of made this channel, to kind of bring that back. Oh my god, I keep activating and fucking up my glaze. Oh, I forgot this whole side. Oh my god. Gods protect me. Help me get through this. Oh, I don't think this is watery enough. I love and hate glazing. I would love if I knew how to wet blend, but that is like way beyond me. I think when my new Kolinsky hairbrushes come in, I'll try doing some wet blend tests on some sprues and stuff. But oh my god. Like, wet blending amazes me, but like, I can't fathom how people do it. I've tried it, I followed tutorials, I've been doing like, and it's just like, what? What is this sorcery? But I can guarantee once I figure it out, I'll bring it here into this channel and I'll do what I think. Because what I found that usually with this is why I became an art instructor in the first place is I found most people explain how to do art. Like they can do art, but they don't know how to explain it well. I feel like I give a lot of comparisons and a lot of stuff to like help people like figure it out in different ways just by like giving different explanations. Because some people don't relate to just how you're comparing something to how you can like because it's all about feeling and vibe like a lot of it's like muscle memory and sometimes it's just like the way to activate how people can absorb the information is like relating it to a certain feeling or vibe. That's why I said like glazing is a lot like watercolor. If you guys have ever done watercolor and like pushing around pigment, um, and I feel like not a lot of people have explained that online. You're basically watercolor. You're doing watercolor. Um, so, with that said, when I figure out wet blending, if I ever figure it out, I'm going to be more than happy to be sharing that information with all y'all. But I totally made this guy's pants really, really gray. So he's gonna need a lot of love later on. And hopefully if all this glazing goes well, and it might take a little bit of back and forth and back and forth. Um, which I'm putting that guy down for now, and I'm gonna like move on to the next, which is our rocket launcher. So I just have to work on his pants and maybe like a little bit of that patch in the back, but I might not even touch that patch because it's kind of at I'm kind of happy with where it's at. But sorry, I'm gotta get this whole wet palette's dedicated to glazing now. And not even just glazing this stupid gray color. What was I saying? Typical DJ. So he's forgetting what I was talking about. Typical DJ moment. Hi, I'm DJ if you didn't know. But we're getting to the home stretch here. I don't know. I think I'll be done highlighting them today. There's just like one step I don't know. I can't guarantee, and that's like on some of these guys' backs, I want to paint a little bit more detail. I might do that later, or maybe once I get my boss and the knob done up, I'll focus on like, okay, today we're gonna be like hand painting like the decals and stuff, because I don't use decals, I just do hand painting. Um, I don't know why. It has something to do with my self-loathing, probably. Um, but I also don't have any of like the professional stuff to do decaling, so I'd put on the decals and they would just chip away, or what is it, that like setter that some people use for decals? I've never had that. I've also always had bad uh, experiences with decals, probably because I don't know how to properly set it. Something long line of reason and result. But I also don't have really an interest in the decals. I don't know about you guys. Well, as hard as they are, I love glazing the knees, because like the knee caps have kind of like this really interesting like peak and point, and I feel like they kind of result have good results like with the glazing. Like, I don't know, I like doing around the thighs and the knees. I do have to use different brush to get in here though. My fake Kolinsky hair brushes. And, you know, like I've said in the past, glazing just takes patience. And it's hard because I'm burnt out with doing the blacks right now. So, patience is coming from a reserve within my mental fortitude that is like running on fumes. But you just gotta keep reminding yourself, just be patient, be patient. Just keep being patient. It's worth it. Just keep being patient. I constantly have to remind myself to be patient. And hopefully, when all the steps are done, it'll look good. It's really all I can hope for. And I feel like I'm drooling out of the side of my mouth with this paintbrush stuck in my gullet. But I need to keep it on standby. I really don't want to do under his ass. I really don't want to do under his ass. Come on. Oh god. Oh, so it's not Delta combat, it's Dita. Dita combat? Huh, interesting. Um, what kind of brushes do you got? Do you use synthetics, or you got are you using Sable? Because this has been a blight in my recent stream painting career. Um, I'd love to know what you work with. You don't actually know? Yeah, I got these Kolinsky brushes. It's from Chronicle Cards. Uh, this one, complete utter garbage. They apparently there's a rumor that they mixed synthetics in with their sable hair, and they act very much like synthetic brushes. And I'm very pissed because they cost me like $70 for the set of them. And but my buddy is trying to rectify and get me the Games Workshop sable hair, which I don't know how I feel about them. He swears by them. I don't like buying Games Workshop tools because they're just overpriced. And again, it's like one of those things like these where it's overpriced, and usually I've found very cheap quality. But he's also my painting guru that I go to for advice. And usually when I deny and think I know better than he does in a lot of situations, we usually get into these crossroads where like, all right, Jace, you were right. Fuck me, like, and so he got me them, and I'm like, all right, I'll try them out. You won't get an argument from me because he also got me this uh, Tanaka sable hairbrush, and if I didn't have this guy, I don't know where I would be. And this is a super 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 expensive brush. Like these go for starting price $80 online, and I've seen them go up to even like 200 depending on the brush. Um, and I just started using it, and I'm like, this is what a Kolinsky hairbrush feels like. This is proper. So I'm really pretty sure that these are trash. Um, and I'm not saying if you have synthetic brushes that they're bad, but like there is a stark difference, and I use both. Um, but you definitely do fight your brushes a little bit more if they're synthetic. I've come to find. Um, and I've bought some pretty nice synthetics from like Amazon. I got some, you know, that I still really like using. But yeah, I definitely should have just, instead of getting these, I should have just really dished out. Instead of getting 8 Klinsky hairbrushes in a set, I really should have just got 4 of like Raphael's or Winsor Newton's, or there's a bunch of directions I could have gone for some high quality brushes. Um, but I have a history of, live and learn that in that kind of sense. In the last couple of years, I've been really, since I've only bought miniatures and I've never really focused on paints or brushes, I finally got like the whole army painter kits of like Fanatic and Speed Paint 2.0s and stuff, and I got myself a wet palette. I've been really focusing more on like the tools, and I am very very happy lately on how much stuff has been improving. I grew up with a carpenter with the mentality of a carpenter is only as good as his tool, or vice versa. It's like the tool is only as good as the carpenter. What is the term? I think, is it a carpenter is only as good as his tools, or the tools don't make the carpenter, or the, I don't know. There's several counteracting terms and phrases. But I've definitely found having better tools is making the process the tools make the man. Why does that feel wrong? The man is the tool. I don't know. But yeah, I've found that not fighting my tools is definitely helping. I'm in such a weird spot on this particular orc. I might have to like put him down, wait for him to dry, go back at it. Which, honestly, be a great time for me to take a 2-minute bathroom break. It actually really would. A poor worksmith always blames his tools. That's fair too. It's the tools don't make the man, yeah. Which I do believe. I do believe. Like the knolls I made all with synthetics. So like this is a good point. You know, I brought these up earlier. These are probably my best painted minis. Is I painted these dudes with my synthetics. So that case in point, yeah, like you can do fantastically good things with synthetic brushes. So don't let. Actually, can I get? There we go. So yeah. Case in point, you don't need Kolinsky hair brushes to make amazing things. Here, let's see. And I even got like the little bubbles in that potion flask. This is the second time I'm actually showing these off today, but you know. But what I've found is Kolinsky sable hair brushes, like again, it's like it's just about fighting the tool. I found with synthetics, I like can't keep the tip as straight and pointed. They don't have as good flow as sable hair, but like it doesn't mean you can't do things with sable. With it's not like you can't do it with you can do the same things. You just might be putting more effort, I guess. And I've definitely found a benefit in how Kolinsky sable hairs work. I guess it's like the same example of like going back to construction workers. It's like, yeah, you want to know how to use a hammer, but, most construction workers nowadays will use, nail gun, right? It's more efficient and faster. That's really, I guess, where it's coming from is like tools don't make the man, just, as much as that, but so you're not it's a more efficient, faster, easier way of doing something. Yeah. What also is not helping is, like I said, I probably should take 2 minutes to use the bathroom real quick. So why don't I do that? I'm just gonna go be right back. Literally 2 minutes. Won't be all that quick, all that long. So, BRB. See? Told you it wouldn't be that long. Alright, where were we? We were on these guys. I need to refocus this differently. There we go. Yeah, I've been doing manual focuses on my camera because I'm sick of it trying to autofocus while I'm screwing around with this. Alright. I don't hate where I'm at with this guy, so let's go and do a black glaze for that. And it should be kind of like the final glazing step, hopefully. How did I get a fizz gig hair in my wet palette? Fizz gig, what were you doing? Come on. Ooh. Did I get it? No, I did not. Come on, Fizz. There we go. He won't even come here and show you guys his face, but it'll get his little hairs in the... Oh. I will hydrate. You're right. Do I have another Fizz gig hair in here? I do. Darn it, Fizz. I love that dog, but he's just too darn fluffy. Okay. I'm excited because we're getting to it. I think really like the highlights I want to really focus on after doing these blacks are some of the metals, like some of the just bare minimal metals. Oh, the wraps. I want to do a little bit of the red highlights, which are very, very minimal too. Oh, and like the tusks and stuff. Like I want to get like a little bit. And I mean, so the misconception is saying like we're gonna finish today. I know, I keep saying that. But what I mean is like I'm gonna finish them, but there are like decal moments that I'm gonna hold off and probably do throughout the week. There's a couple like little details that I'm gonna do, but like I want to finish the highlights to the point where like I can consider them like done, even though they're not actually gonna be actually done. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know. I'm gonna still do stuff on the side for them, but come on, get this. Okay, that is a good consistency. Alright, let's get back to, I guess, this dude. So let's get this black and darkened in here again. Because this might really be the make or break whether this blend and these glazes really paid off or not. It's this step. Is if I can get this gray, all this gray that we've been doing to look like a nice gradient into the black, it'll be all worth it. It'll all be worth it. And it's actually to the point where it's like, man, I'm having a hard time seeing it, which I guess is good. I can't wait to get the matte varnish off to get this shine. I hate this shine. I should have done it between. And maybe my next orcs I'll try. And that's the only downside about having the army painter is like to use washes and stuff. I've had to put that like satin varnish on just so that they fall in the crevices and don't stain. Because they're so matte. The army painter paints like finish so matte that they actually like almost catch the shade and like stain. It's a little weird. But it's okay. Just throw a satin in my airbrush, or satin varnish in the airbrush, and good to go. Alright, let's actually take a look. I don't hate how, I mean, it's hard to tell again from the shine, but like, I don't hate how that glazing ended up turning out, actually. What do you guys think? It really toned down the gray. That's actually really promising. And you get those peak little wrinkles. I think that's good. I might want to do like a little bit of a blend, but like, let's see if I can actually tone down the LED light so it might not shine as hard, but yeah, just that little bit that did a nice blend of the gray and the highlight. That's all I needed. That was enough for me to be like, fuck yeah, I'm doing it. Hell yeah. And that was easy. That was like the quickest step. So let's continue it. See, now I'm hyped. Where's my hype emote? I didn't make that hype emote for nothing. Hype me up, chat. Here we go. There's Jace. We were just talking about you. Well, I've been kind of bringing you up a lot, actually. But how's your migraine, buddy? I saw that you were fighting a pretty nasty one. Finding a place to bury me? Oh no. Oh, you mean me talking about you? No, I was talking about like the brushes and stuff. Highlighting these black clothes and stuff have proven to be needing more steps than I wanted to. I've had to end up like doing kind of like a glazing, working kind of backwards highlight kind of situation, and now I'm like glazing in a lot of gradients. Which I'm not happy about that this is how we've had to, but it's turning out well, so. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so like I just, this is probably more of the finished effect on the clothing, which got, I did the glazing, and I'm really happy with like how that looks. Like, it doesn't take away from the black. It still looks black, but you get like kind of a fade of like the gray and a softer look. So, and it kind of ties in how we were doing the pants too. So I'm not I was unhappy in the start, but now I'm not unhappy with the result. If that makes sense. And I was just telling them I will probably finish these 5 orcs probably on stream today. And they're not going to be 100%. Like, I still need to do a couple like decals and stuff, but like it'll probably be the last time I pop them up on stream before I like start posting them online. At least these 5. I still have the my war boss, which I'll show at the again, we'll do a show and tell of everything like I always do at the end of stream, and I'll bring my orc war boss back. But next week will definitely be the knob and the orc war boss to finish. I think that they're next, but yeah, like I don't hate the way this is turning out. Yeah, this was like kind of a salvation job with the highlighting and stuff, and I'm actually happy how those clothes look. It's just those like little peaks and faint like folds, and yeah. Yeah, no, that's what I kept telling them is like, trust the process, just trust the process. This looks god awful, just trust the fucking process. So, yeah, glazing is very much trust the process. And the base color level, yeah, I was. They were here for the time I did orcs when I first started streaming. It was I was I did the skin already before I even like started my Twitch channel and brought these orcs in. Um, but a lot of the audience here was here for a lot of like the clothes and armor based coloring, and yeah, it it'd be a vibe, it'd be a mood. It's always the longest and kind of most grueling, depending on how you're doing it. I don't know if you do contrast or speed paint stuff, or if you do like acrylic, like flat colors and washes. Like this, a lot of this was flat color and washes, but it was also a lot of experimentation of mixing with speed contrast. I say speed paint contrast because they're essentially the same thing. I use speed paints. I actually do not own a single Games Workshop contrast paint. Actually, funny enough. Um, Dita Combat here, Jace. Is starting a Eldar Corsair army or warband. I have a feeling you're doing like a full army, huh? And Jace is the one, figuratively artistic, is the one who had the Corsair army I was telling you about. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think Jace, you have a few Wraith Knights, I think, or a couple. I think you had 2, right? Wraithanites are hardcore. I actually like them. They're probably my favorite, like, super heavy unit. Oh, that's right. We did. I remember we did lighting for his like rune gemstone on his back or something, and that's crazy. You put lighting in that. It's insane. SOB. Yeah, I gotta get my Discord ready for you streamers so you can do all like showcase stuff. I want you guys to all like relate and show off stuff. Yeah, that is right. Yeah, sometimes when Jace has like a little mod, whether for a art piece or something that needs to be tinkercaded or catted just in like a 3D program, sometimes I take it, sometimes with his permission or not, and I just like, he's like, oh, I wish I could do this and blah 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 blah, and I just like take what he showed me and I just like, while he's explaining to me, and I'm like, here you go, and you're like, what the fuck? And it's like weaponized tism. I don't know what to tell you. I just want to help. Yeah, so I toned down this guy's pants. I might want to bring back some gray in that knee, but his booty cheeks are much better. I'm happy with that. Like, it's not bad. This is not bad. I might want to water this up a little bit more. I just like being helpful and useful with my art. Thank you for following me, dude. Like, it's very nice actually meeting you. You've been I've been actually really enjoying chatting with you. And I hope you get some good vibes from this channel. That's all I care about. Let's see if I can push this gray back. It's a little bit of a back and forth with this knee, but I feel like it's starting to show some promise. Yeah, I don't hate how I actually am. Out of being that this guy had I disliked how his pants were coming out the most. It actually turned out really, really good. I'm actually really happy on the end result of his pants. I might want to get a little bit of a dark gray under this booty right here. Just get a little bit more. Yeah. Yeah, that's a better fade. Yeah. As nervous as I was for this step, I'm really digging it. What I have to do though is mix a little bit more black glaze. Oh, I'm so glad these guys are nearing the end. I do a cutoff in, like, my minimal cutoff for stream is in 20 minutes, but I might run this maybe like 20 to half an hour longer just to make sure we get these done. I feel if I give myself that much more time, that I will meet my progress. Because, like, so the other things I have to highlight are so minimal, are so minuscule. I'm gonna, like, blow through the, like, to say, like, the red parts. There's not too many red parts on these guys. So, like, I'll just be like, bleep, bleep, bleep. Like, it'll take, 2 minutes to go through my 5 miniatures to hit all, like, the red parts and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So, that's kind of why I want to give myself a little bit extra time on this stream, which is not unusual for us. We usually run overtime. But I'm determined. I've been saying I want to finish these orcs for like the last 2 weeks. And if it's not one problem or another, that always gives me a hiccup. It's like, but yeah, I'm determined to see these orcs finished. I'm just super stoked that my first method didn't work out, really didn't pan out, and that's okay. That tends to happen with painting, especially with me. I always think something's gonna work out, and I'm humbled when it doesn't. But I was nervous about this, especially because for the time that it took, and that kind of is like the name of the game of this project is I think I'm gonna finish. Oop! Oh no! Speed bump will be, add 3 more hours to this. But when a theory, especially when I'm downtrodden on how something turned out, um, and then when it comes out and you're like, oh shit, this came out good, it's always very uplifting. Very, very uplifting. I have a feeling this guy might give me a little trouble. I'm not struggling with him, but I'm struggling with him. If that makes sense. I'm gonna have to like go back. There's a couple like really stark heavy hit like grays in here that I'm gonna be going back and forth on. But yeah, so you can see like one cheek to the other, like how much like it smooths out and fades. Like that's actually a really good example of like how this gradient is starting to work and where I want it to be. So yeah, actually good comparison. It's still shiny from the wet, but oh, I mean, gold trim is always a pain. I mean, no one knows that pain more than chaos painters, right? Which is one of my upcoming painting, as I'm going to be doing Night Lords. I have a bunch of Night Lords up in that box. And, oh yeah. And, oh look, they're gonna be doing a Eye of Terror remaster in a way. They're doing Armageddon and Eye of Terror. So they're kind of rehashing a lot of the third edition stuff, which, I don't hate. It's fine. It's all stuff that needs to be, like Steel Legion coming back needed some love and, all that. But, I'm gonna now need to buy more orcs. And I didn't want to buy more orcs. But they would be great to have as an addition. Maybe I'll ask for it as a present to something. I mean, when's the Armageddon box even coming out? I probably have like a couple months. June, July. Okay, so actually, if my birthday's around August, maybe I'll just ask for that from someone for my birthday. But hopefully, also, this channel might be, if this gets, more hype, maybe I'll have a little bit more play money to get that kind of stuff. But I definitely think that would be not the worst thing to ask for a birthday present, because, yeah, still won't be impossible to find those box sets, a month after release. Oh, it's the. Oh, is that what they're launching 11th edition with? Interesting. What's hardcore is I'm listening to Lifeblood by Brand of Sacrifice and seeing my hype emote is just really hardcore. Like my death metal. That is hype. Alright. This is getting there. Oh, I can't have a sad song. I can't have a sad song after me being hyped. Come on. Oh, yeah. Orbit Culture always does it for me. Yeah, this guy's gonna give me a little bit more of a struggle than the other dudes, which is okay. We only have after him, we only have our rocket launcher to do to the blacks on this, but he is proven to be a little more annoying. I hit him way too hard with the gray. So bringing it back is actually proving to be a little bit more challenging. But that's okay. Ugh. Yeah, which is the orcs I'm also wanting too. Because I think they kind of go back to the like ninth edition combat patrol style of the orcs, which I could. The only thing about the bad side with that ninth edition box is that they didn't have enough variations of orcs, right? Because these guys were supposed to be more of a orc boy supplement. But I have some of the old orcs, and the size comparison is just not there, you know? So it's kind of weird to have both types of orcs. Come on. But yeah, I would. Depending on how 11th edition goes, and if I have quite a few orcs, maybe I'll give Warhammer another chance with orcs. Because how can you get mad at a game, you know, when you're orcs? You know, how can you get mad when you're just these little jolly green skins? It's also kind of partially why I want to do orcs too, in the slight chance that I ever look at 40k and like, do I want to get involved again? Because I feel like if I lose with orcs, it's like, whatever, it was a good crumpin'. If I win with orcs, it's like, whatever, it was a good crumpin'. That's how you gotta look at orcs, you know? Oh, that's why my wet palette is not staying wet. I'm completely out of water. I'm like, why is this? Exactly, to the orc mentality. Win or lose, it was a good crumpin'. I'm not happy that I took up so much space. Yeah, like, orcs is a good way to, like, I feel like if anyone is disheartened with Warhammer, like, orcs is a great army to go into because, like, the mentality of orcs just is a very. I mean, they're generally in every edition pretty good. I don't think there was ever an edition with orcs where they were like a bad army, but just like the mentality, like it's a total like elitist killer. Like, dude, don't be a jerk and play orcs. I did actually meet a jerky, one of my first, and I brought it up, and it's in one of my earliest clips of like a player who was playing orcs and was a jerk, and but like honestly, it's like weird to be an orc player and a jerk. I feel like it's just you really kind of put yourself out as like a weirdo if you're playing orcs and you're like some elitist d-bag. I feel like you're kind of required to be kind of a cool person if you're playing orcs. But I could be biased. Well, I don't really play. I've only played orcs in a third party game that didn't matter if it was orcs. It was, you know, this is not a test. But I did love playing the orcs. I felt good about them. I loved the vibe I brought to the game. You know? Oh my god. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah. How can you be serious when you're playing orcs? Keeps you in check, I feel. Okay. Let's see how this guy. I'm not crazy happy with some of his things. He needs a lot touching up, I feel. I don't think I'm quite done with his highlighting. But he looks better than how he started. He looks better than how he started, I think. This guy I definitely overdid with the gray. And I think I still needs kind of some touch ups. But I think I'll keep him where he's at. I feel like I could just glaze and highlight this guy until I die, so I really just want to move on because we're hitting 4 hours now and I'm almost where I said I would be for these orcs, and I don't want to dilly daddle, you know. Feel like if I continue these orcs for any longer, I'm gonna cry. And I can only hope that if I do the next orcs in the future that this process is just sped up, because I've done a lot of figuring out with these ones. I don't know. Wishful thinking, maybe. I don't know. Come on. Yeah, my patience is waning. Everyone's all quiet. I'm all quiet. I haven't talked in like 5 minutes. Sorry, guys. The focus is like super, super heavy right now. But I am happy. Still wishing I was a little farther than I was, but I'll try to push the time and get these guys done. Let's get. I'm gonna have to use. I always have to use the thinner brush for inside the thigh to get in here. This is nightmarish. Alright, it's not looking terrible bad. Oh, I have to continue with the small brush. Ah, crap. That frickin' handle for the rocket launcher just pushed my brush out of the way and didn't totally screw me up, but I'm hoping it won't show. Add some more water to this. I feel like it's getting too thick for the black, so I need to, and I can't oversaturate this or else it's just gonna be moot. I'm noticing like my transitions from my glazing are a little heavy-handed. And also, again, like that's where my impatience is starting to like come in. It's a struggle. I definitely think the more and more I do this, the better I'll get with every miniature. Like, definitely when I go at this next time with the pants, like, because I experimented with, like, you know, trying to do the peak highlighting and stuff, and I really, if I went at it with the idea that I'm gonna glaze this from the start, I wouldn't have wasted so much time. I would have just been like, all right, glazing. So my future orcs, when I'm at this point, should not be as I don't know. I shouldn't be dilly dallying as much. I don't know. Let's see. I feel like maybe around that thigh I should still do a. Let's get a thin. I think I gotta pull that gray even more. Pull it out, or like pull it away. I need to. I feel like it's unnecessarily bright. It bugs me, so. might have done it. So let's get right into the other highlights, because I think we can, in the next 20-30 minutes, we can probably do all the rest of the little itty bitty stuff, right? I think what I actually need to do, even though this parchment paper is new, I think I need to deep six it. I went too ham with it, unfortunately, which feels like a waste, but I was not expecting this. So good. Oh, this. Come on, get the edges down. That's the one thing too, is like, you have an initial, with the Army Painter wet palette, you have an initial like fight with the parchment wanting to curl, but as soon as you flatten it back down, it's like, okay, it listens. Let's see. I'm just looking to see what would be a good brush. Let's do my other 0. We have a little bit of red. I don't know if we're going to be even using that. Let's actually get angelic red. Army Painter line. That might be a better blotch. Do I have any more? I do have a... Alright. You know what? I'm gonna fully wash my good brush that Chase got me, because I don't know why I'm even still looking back and trying to rely on my other brushes, because I end up just being like, I need this one, and I need a super fine point for the next few bits. Okay. Let's see. I need to add some water to this guy. Ooh, that's not good. I'm still getting black pigment. I don't want that at all. Oh, I think I got that from... Alright. Sorry, I can't breathe right now. I'm very shaky from the Red Bull. It's frustrating because I'm screwing up this highlight here. I hate highlighting red. It's probably my least favorite. that up. Alright. How many more red pieces do I have to fuck up? Here we go. Fucked that up. I'm gonna have to go back and basically touch up all the red parts, because my orange highlighting is not going well. Oh man, how am I gonna get in here with this well? Yeah, I screwed that up. This is not going well. Give me 2 more minutes, guys. I'll be right back. Alright. Frickin' Red Bull, man. Makes me need to use the bathroom every like 30 minutes. Alright. So I'm really struggling with this this orange highlight. So I may, let's actually step away from the missile launcher one. Let me test a different highlight. I think I need something simpler and smaller surface areas, and I think I went too orange. So as much as I stepped back from my original orange, it still wasn't like a good good enough. Okay, so on the orangey reds line, this is the reddest that they make for Army Painter. And this is the one thing I don't like, is they either do like orange or a rose. They don't have like a good red. But that's something in Citadel I still base off of, and I'm going to try this as the red highlight. And maybe that'll be better. So we only have a little bit of red for this guy. So let's just catch these edges. Okay. Yeah, I like that. It's like just a little bit of that orange, but it's still like that dark red, so you get that full vibrancy. That's the only red on this dude, which is kind of wild. But let's do this guy, because now he has a little bit more red involved. I'm just barely touching these edges, because I don't want a huge influence. I just want to get like kind of at the corners. Sorry, my hand is covering up mostly what I'm painting, but it also, like, I need to stop the glare from the light. And oh man, guys, this is such a stressful moment. I hate edge highlighting, man. Alright, let's try to get a little bit on the loincloth here without fucking up hours worth of work. Alright, I don't want too much on the loincloth at all. Because I actually really like how dark the loincloth is. So I just got like the tips and ends and that. I don't know if I want to get more. I should get the backside of the loincloth, and then we're gonna have to try to edge highlight those checker patterns on his weapon that are in the red checker pattern. So I'm gonna need some wishes of luck, because you want to talk about tiny. I'm already struggling. Alright, so I got a little bit there on the edges of the loincloth. I think that's good. It's vibrant, but it's not overtaking. And this is where I need a lot of you guys to give me good wishes. so jittery and shaky right now. I should not be doing this. Man, I'm not having good luck. I might have to just tackle this another day. All right. How's the highlight on those checkers, on those checker patterns? Can you guys see that all right? I might let's get this focused actually, because I feel like this was pretty. How you guys like that? It's not super perfect, but I think it adds a little bit more dynamic. I don't know if you guys looked at my face, but I was like I was really, like, you know that Gollum meme where they're painting the eyes, but that was my, like. All right, let's move on. I'll be honest, I don't know how much more steam I have. I'm trying to push this so I can finish these guys, but we're already like what, 4:23, and I'm like, I might need to step away from these as much as I want to finish. Oh my god, I'm shaking so much. Don't shake. Just don't shake. Oh my god, stop pushing my well out of the way. Alright. Alright. This guy's not too bad. Alright. I think I'm gonna just try to do the orange highlights on the red, and I might call it. Oh no. Oh no. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. I just got orange on a place I didn't want to get orange. I think I saved it. I think I saved it. Oh. Yeah, alright. Whew! That was close. I almost fucked up. It's because this I really shouldn't be using this brush for this, but I think this is definitely a sign of like, dude, tap out. I really think this is a sign to tap out. This guy only has like one itty bitty little armor piece, and then how about that? I'll know when to call it quits. I pretty much got done what I really wanted to get done. If I have time, I'll do those little finishing touch-ups, and I'll be posting on, you know, my Twitter and all that stuff. At least these guys. Or any of my other socials that you guys are part of. My Instagram, I'll probably post stuff like that. Alright. Yeah. These guys just need a few more little highlights. Like, I want to get around the copper bits. And the one thing I wish I got on stream that I didn't was doing a lot of the wraps. I wanted to get, like, the wraps done, but I am so jittery on Red Bull. I'm tired. I'm just going to do it throughout the week. These guys probably just need an hour more of attention. I need to get their nails. Couple rivets. The wraps. Horns in the squig teeth. I didn't work on the squig at all, but he literally just needs a little bit of the teeth. But all right, let's do a little show and tell before we close out stream. And hello, Drac. Yeah, we're wrapping it up. I got far. I'm gonna call the orcs, at least for stream-wise, done. I don't know if next week, if I'm gonna be like, no, I never got to it. Let's just finish this up like an hour in. That could be the case. Oh, I need to highlight their tusks and stuff too. But let's do show and tell of everything we got. Even the knob and the orc boss, which I haven't even done today. I felt like I haven't worked on them in weeks. In all honesty, I haven't. But here we go. Alright, guys, ready for the show and tell? Let's start with Squig, because he got no attention. We'll try to get, let's see what's good focus. I guess that's good focus. So here's the Squig, the wall-eyed little stupid idiot. He just needs to get his spikes highlighted and his teeth finished up. I want to get like those little rib patterns, and then I'll hit him with the matte black so he's not so shiny. I don't think he needs a second thing of like orange highlights on him. I think he's pretty good where he's at. I'm not crazy about squigs, so I don't want to spend too much time on him. But here's the stars of the show. Here's the orcs that we worked on. Very, honestly, very table worthy. Even if I could honestly stop now. There's part of me that's like, alright, know when to call quits. I'm not there. There's just a few touch-ups left. But before I hit them with the matte varnish. But, man, they're really close to done. Like I said, I think if I was given another hour, one more hour, I need to fix up his skull a little bit, clean up his skull pendant. And yeah, I want like the wraps and like the highlights on the nails, a couple highlights on the brass parts. That's literally all they need. Little button on the pouch. I need to paint a little symbol on the back. And then I need to do his horns. Like highlight his horns, and but yeah, they're really, really at that like last final touch up phase. Yeah, his pants look better now that I let it sit down and let the glazing techniques like kind of fully dry. His pants actually look a lot better to me now. You know, honestly, probably our next sit down, I'm probably just gonna wait and finish these guys up. Do that last little bit that I have to do on these guys is probably what's gonna happen. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm worn out. The glazing of all the black cloth really took it out of me. Um, but yeah, I'm really glad. Like, I shouldn't have done the checker pattern on the thing, even though it came out good. I really risked it to put the highlights in that red checker pattern on the drum of the rifle. I should not have done that. That was a risk. I risked it for the biscuit. I got that biscuit. I'm really happy with how those little tiny highlights on the checker pattern came out. I should not have risked it though. That was for how worn out I was. I love his pants though. Like, I know it's been a while since we glazed the pants to look, but he looks really good with those pants. They're kind of a slight, they're a very, very dulled green. They're actually like an olive drab, but it's like that kind of like World War II olive drab where they're almost gray. And I really, really like it on him. So, and then we have our rocket launcher. I screwed up a little bit on some of the orange highlights with him, and I have to finish that off, but he didn't have too much done to him except for the pants and highlight. I keep forgetting that we actually finished the cool gray highlights too, so I actually shouldn't count that out. But yeah, I guess I'm not giving myself enough credit. Like, we did get a lot done. I wanted to get his wraps and his bicep wraps done. Um, yeah, these are looking very table worthy. And for those who haven't seen my other orcs, we got the Burna Boy, who's very far behind, that I need to finish up. You know, he's still very much in the base coat phase, but we'll catch him up soon. And then we can't forget our knob. He's coming out really good. I can't wait to see his wraps done up because he's got a good like long weapon for that, and his horns need to get finished up. Yeah, I mean, overall, he has no highlighting done on him yet, so that needs to be, that will be figured out. Oh, I didn't realize I got a big smudge of brown on there. Oh, I mean, I guess I did in there too. I can fix that up, but again, these guys are so far behind. Whoa, he almost fell off his base. That was close. And then the big boy himself, who that's going to be, he's just laying in wait to get worked on again, so. I can't wait to get like the red parts with the orange highlight, especially with his like his axe and everything, with how good the shades are coming out. But yeah, a lot of highlighting needs to be done on this guy. I'd rather just work on, if not just him and the knob, just like separately. And I think that would be good. But all right, let's break into intermission. Oh god. So are the orcs done? No. They're just need a pinch of touch-ups, but I'm not in it right now. I'm very worn out, and I'll make more mistakes before I finish stuff. So I don't want to give myself hours worth of time screwing it up for just a couple minutes left on each orc to finish them up. You know what I mean? We're at a good stage though, and maybe I'll do that in the last little bit. Maybe I'll, you know, let's see, should I put that off? Yeah. So I'll do that maybe next week. Maybe I'll work on them and I'll at least show you guys on screen like, hey, here's where they're done. Blah. Or maybe I'll do like decal. There'll be like a small step that I'll do on these guys next week. But yeah, they're like 98% done. That's pretty good. I'm pretty good with that. I'm good with 98% done. And the real kicker is when they'll get their matte varnish. I can't wait. I've been hating the shine on them so much. I really should have done that before the highlight phase. I will probably for my future orcs. Maybe for my knob and my war boss, once I'm finished, I'll hit them with a matte varnish because I hated having it. It's fighting me so bad trying to do the highlights and having a shine. Like, not my most glorious moment. But yeah, no, I hope you guys have been enjoying seeing like the evolution of these guys. Yeah, it's been a journey. I'm glad you guys have been a part of it. Yeah, these look so cool. These are looking really good. Oh, I mean, dude, pleasure's all mine. I mean, I really am glad you hop in chat, and I try to hop in your stream when I can, and it's all good vibes. I'm hungry. I actually didn't think I was going to be as hungry as I am, but oh man, I built up an appetite. But I think Haley just got home, so it might be a good time to sit and eat. So yeah, how did you guys like the emotes? Are the emotes good? Are they hard to read? Do you guys dig them? Do I need to blow them up? Like get them a little bit more cropped up close personal? Like how do you guys feel about the emotes? Love them? Cool. I got like 2 more. I actually have 2 more slots, so I'm definitely gonna make like a hot take Lunar with like a flaming fist or fire in his eyes. I'm gonna do a hot take emote. And oh, they can read them, so it's like Lunar 85, Lunar Stern, or something in your thing. I don't know why I put the Lunar's 85 thing there. It kind of did that automatically, but whatever. I might fiddle with them and try to edit the name wise, or I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing, but I still need to actually do my bits, the channel points icon, and there's a couple other things. I'm definitely gonna get some bits things going with FizzGig and doing a FizzGig icon and all that stuff. But yeah, no, it was fun doing the emotes. I could actually switch this into, actually let me do that before we, let's see, tablet stream. I can show you guys the actual, yeah, here we go. So how cool is this? So I put them all in things so we can actually see the stern emoji, large We got the pensive. Got the thumbs up. Face palm. The angry emoji. Got ponder. The hehehe. I can't wait to hit people with the hehehe. And the hype. That's how the hype one came out. So yeah. He got a little washed out, but I needed to make like a glowing back kind of drop kind of thing. But yeah, that's how that turned out. Well, thank you for being a part of today, guys. Dita Combat, if you're still in here, it was great meeting you. I hope we can hop and chat and stream and work on stuff in the future. And oh boy, yeah, when I get my Discord up and running, I'll try to get that soon. Maybe you guys can hop into the Discord and you can show me your art. I'll like do like a like art debut, like you guys can throw in your art stuff that you guys showed me, and I want to see stuff. I want to see your color schemes. I want to see your paint schemes. I want figuratively artistic. I want you to like go back into your archived paint stuff and throw all your stuff in there. You know, let's show off artworks, hype each other up, and get some painting and drawing done. Well, I hope you guys have a good rest of your evening. I'm going to call it here. We're in 4 hours, 42 minutes. We're nearing 5 hours. No wonder I'm tired. No wonder I'm tired. Holy damn. I'm sitting here like, I failed you guys. But it's like, bro, I've been at this. Yeah. Good to call it quits. Well, I'll see you guys next time. Wednesday, we'll be doing some digital drawing. Hope to see you there. And, love you guys, and see you later.